Morning, we're on the record. I'm waiting for you, Miss Quinn. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571(h) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, and agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would like to apologize to the public this morning for our tardiness. We had an extensive administrative calendar that we had to review this morning, and so that's one of the reasons why we're now taking the dais at 11:06 rather than 10:30. So I do apologize for our late start time this morning. Okay, so the first case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00127, Total Wines and More, license number 130474. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Tom Quinn, your access has been elevated. Manal Mahmood, your access has been elevated. Stephen O'Brien, your access has been elevated. And Shelley Rep, access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Again, I apologize for our late start this morning, but we had just some extensive work the board had to do in executive committee meeting this morning, and so that's why we are late. And so I appreciate your understanding. All right, so let's start with the applicant.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Stephen O'Brien, STEPHEN, O''BRIEN. I'm accompanied by my colleague Manal Mahmood, MANALLE, last name MAHMOUD. Ms. Mahmood and I are at separate locations this morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Let's go with the ANC.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Tom Quinn on behalf of ANC3E. It's TOMQUINN. I also represent SMD3E04.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Rep.
Yes, good morning. Chair Anderson, Shelley Rep, Sagally, or Sheldon, Sheldon, Rep, REPP, two pieces and Paul, representing the group of five.
Good morning, sir. I know that we had a fact-finding hearing, I would believe it was last week, on this case. The board will be issuing a decision later on today. Later on, a board decision will be issued, but we're going to move on to interimly to move on with this case until since we have not issued the decision as yet. So we're just moving forward with this case until that decision has been issued. Any preliminary matters in this case? I think, Mr. Rep, it's my understanding that you had filed a subsequent motion. Is that correct, sir?
We filed a filing 2 days ago, just bringing to your attention again the issue here that is whether or not Total Wine, complied with the notice provisions of the law, and pointing out that in our view, the appropriate remedy, because they did not do that, the appropriate remedy is to re-placard. We also pointed out in that filing that there is a petition circulating among neighbors in the area opposing this application, and that we had, as of a few days ago, 306 individuals who had signed that application. It just points out that it's not just us that there's the opposition is not just us. I mean, we filed a protest, barely got it into the record in time, but there are other people who did not have the opportunity to do so that are opposed to this, including the community organization that sponsors the petition.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, a housekeeping matter. At the roll call in this case, 9, let me go back a step if I may. Mr. Rep's group's petition was signed, I think, by 29 individuals. It could be one or two more or less, it's not relevant. Approximately 29. At the roll call, 9 of those signatories appeared. And Ms. Mahmood can go ahead and read those 9 names. But the question is whether any additional signatories to the opposition to the protest who did not appear at the roll call are in fact appearing here today. Ms. Mahmoud, can you read the 9 names that were present at the roll call?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The names of the 9 were 1, Sheldon Rett, 2, Janice McLean, 3, Marilyn Simon, 4, Claudia Tubman, 5, Walter Borak, 6, Ann Phillips, 7, Earl Douglas, 8, Myrna Sislin, 9, Barbara Rep.
So my question, Mr. Chair, is there any signatory to the protest filing that did not appear at the roll call, but is appearing here at the status hearing today?
And I guess I just need some clarification from you, Mr. O'Brien. They were granted stand-in as what? Because I know you grant stand-in to a group of 5 or more. So is it that were they granted stand-in to a group of 5 or more that then you need to at least 5 members must show up? Or because you're saying that there are 29 members, that all 29 members need to show up? I'm asking because I am not. Yeah.
Okay. No. Standing was granted to a group of 5 or more. The question, though, is, let me go back. We have a requirement that anybody who signed the petition to continue to be a protestant must appear at either the roll call or the status hearing. Assuming no additional persons who signed the petition appear today, the group is of 9 people. And I wanted to identify and lock in that we're talking about a group of 9 people. Now, a group of 9 is more than 5. I understand that. But I want to confirm that we are dealing now with a group of 9.
Okay, so well, but if this matter goes to a hearing, it's okay. I see your point. Well, but if this matter goes to a hearing, because this stand-in was granted to more than one individual, then pursuant to hold on 1 minute. Pursuant to our board rules, let me see. Pursuant to section 1612.8, the parties would have to designate one party representative, and if the parties would wish for us to have more than 5 witnesses and more than 90 minutes to present your case, then they would have to make a formal motion to the board to say that we need more than 5 witnesses and we need more time. And so we can address those issues later on at the hearing. If we could address those issues. It appears I saw, and I try not to read the chat, but I think today I read the chat and I think it is relevant to the point. There's someone in the chat. Who's that person in the chat? Is that
I
Mr. Rep?
believe it's Earl Douglas. Earl Douglas, I believe.
And did that person sign? Did that Miss Mahmoud? Did that person sign the sign the petition?
We did.
All right. So Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate? Who's that person?
There he is.
Earl Douglas.
Earl Douglas, your access has been elevated.
Earl Douglas, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Earl Douglas, EARLEDOUGLASS, present.
All right, so we have now had 10 individuals. You're shaking your head, Mr. O'Brien. What's the issue with Mr. Douglas?
No issue, but Mr. Douglas was one of the 9 who appeared at roll call.
Oh, all right. Okay. I apologize. I thought Mr. Douglas was not one of the 9. I thought he was an extra person. All right, so that's fine. So, it's a group of 9 because that's between the show cause hearing. I'm sorry, because between the roll call and the status, 9 individuals showed up. So therefore, it's a group of 9 currently, and if this matter goes to a hearing, and if the parties require more witnesses to testify, then, as I stated before, pursuant to section 1612.8, the protestants would have to designate who was going to represent both parties jointly at the hearing, and then if they need, because it's a group of 9, then 9 witnesses could show up because there were parties, and then if they need more than those 9 witnesses, then they would have to file a motion with the board to ask permission to have more time to do the hearing and to have more witnesses. You have another question, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes. To be clear, Mr. Rep can call as a witness anybody, assuming the witness has relevant testimony. He's not limited to calling the 9 that we've identified as the group. He can call as many people as he wants simply pursuant, but restricted by the board's allotment of time for the hearing. But this is, the group of 9 are the Protestants, the Protestant group. Mr. Rep can call anybody with or without that group that he deems appropriate.
No, I mean that's fine, and that's one of the reasons I stated that our rule states you can only have 5 witnesses. So if you're going to call more than 5 witnesses, and I guess outside of the group, then you'd have to make a motion to the board to state that we need to call more witnesses, the relevancy of those witnesses' testimony, and why the board should relax its rules to allow more people to testify. So
Mr. Rep is certainly entitled to file such a motion if he chooses.
Okay.
And there is no question. I think the comment by the board a moment ago by the chair talked about designated representatives. There's no question that Mr. Rep is the designated representative of the group of 9.
No, what I said about designated, I mean, in the sense that we're not going to have, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, we're not going to have a protest by the ANC, and we're not going to have a protest by the group of 9 or more. What I'm saying, the ANC and the Protestant would have to agree who is going to represent the ANC and the Protestant at the hearing. So we only have one representative. That's what section 1612.8 requires. So that's what I was talking about. Who would be the official representative at the protest hearing? Not that Mr. Rep is not the representative of the group of 9. Any questions, Mr. Rep? You want to bring anything else?
I don't know. I mean, it sounds confusing, to tell you the truth, but I don't believe it should get in the way of us proceeding today. So I think we can work that out at the right time. So
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, sir. Mr. Quinn, any representation you want to make, sir? On any issue, not and any procedural issues that you have. If you have nothing to say, you can say I have nothing to say.
Nothing to say right now. Thank you for checking.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. All right. As I stated before, the board will issue a board order on the fact find hearing that we had last week, but pending that decision, this protest hearing is scheduled for March 26th at 1:30 p.m. The parties are entitled to move forward to settle this matter if they believe it can be settled, and we believe, but currently, this matter is scheduled for March 26, 2025, pending the decision that will be issued later on by the board. And as I just also want to remind the parties, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, that you must exchange the PIP. The PIP must be done, and it must be done 7 days prior to the hearing, and it must be served on each party. And if failure by either side to provide the PIP 7 days in advance of the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been identified. And as I also stated, pursuant to section 1612.8, the parties are required to designate one representative to represent both parties at the protest hearing, if this protest hearing moves forward on March 26, 2025. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, in another recent case, there was confusion regarding when the 7 days before the hearing runs.
All right, so this matter is
Now,
scheduled for, hold on a minute. Okay, so the hearing is scheduled from March 26th. Let me look at my calendar. What is 7 days from March 26th? So now look at my count, March 26th. So therefore, the 7 days are, well, I'm not sure if I want to go there, but I'm saying 7 days is March 19th. But maybe Mr. O'Brien, if there is a different interpretation, maybe you can share with me. But I believe 7 days is March 19th, but is there a different interpretation?
Well, in another recent case, the question is whether the day of the hearing is included in the 7 or not. In another recent case, another party filed it on the Thursday before the following Wednesday hearing. And the board said that that was an interpretation from staff and that that was acceptable. So that the Thursday would be the 20th.
All right.
I don't care. I don't care which date it is. I just want to fix it.
I guess the bottom line is that it was interpretation by staff, and if staff has advised the parties on when they believe that the matter should be filed, I'm not going to go against the interpretation of the staff, but the board is informing the parties that the PIP is due on the 19th.
Very
And
well.
so it's I it's the 19th.
All right.
So therefore I'm stating that it's the 19th, and I believe that's what I've seen before. And until the board issues clarification, it's the 19th. So in this particular case, I'm informing the parties if this matter goes to a hearing on the 19th, I'm sorry, on the 26th, the PIP is due by close of business on the 19th. And what I will do, because I have also been practicing administrative law for almost 30 years in a different forum, and I think it's generally accepted that as long as the document is filed by 11:59 p.m. on the 19th, it is acceptable. All right. So I am telling the parties in this particular case, until the board issues clarification, that the PIP is due by close of business by 11:59 p.m. on March 19th. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. And if anything else changes, the board will issue a decision for other cases exactly what the 7 days mean. But in this particular case, it's 11:59 p.m. on March 19th. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. So, as stated before, we'll issue the decision, and we will see. You'll receive the decision, and then, if we need to make adjustments to the date and time, we will do that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a great day. All right. Thank you. All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24-251-00039, Ambassador Restaurant, license number 90422. This case has been canceled pursuant to an offer in compromise provided to the board for its review and consideration. You can leave, Mr. Quinn, if you, yeah. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00069 Blue Moon. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the government?
Sure thing. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cello. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANPHONY-CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. I see that the licensee is not here. However, the licensees are not required to be at show cause hearing status. if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for show cause hearing on April 2nd at 10:30 a.m. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. All right, any questions, Mr. Cello?
No.
All right, thank you very much, sir. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 24CC00017, State Liquors, license number 88025. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
No licensee, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cello, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ABCA on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. I see that the licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, it's not required for the licensee to be here. If this matter is not settled, then it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 26th at 1:30 p.m. I just want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon in the hearing. Disclosing documents, meaning that the parties need to exchange documents between each other and also provide ABCA Legal with a copy of those documents. Thank you, sir. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 2425100040, Focus DC, license number 118015. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee? I believe it's Mr. Mixon. I might be incorrect.
Yes, you're right. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Cello, can you introduce yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY on behalf of the district.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Cameron Mixon with Veritas Law Firm, counsel to the respondent, Focus DC.
Good morning. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair, none from the district.
Mr.
None
Mixon.
for the licensee.
All right, the matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 26th at 10:30 a.m. Just need to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed to either side or to the agency. And thank you, Mr. Nick Mixon. Please do not disappear. I just want to advise you that you have 2 cases scheduled this afternoon, and I think that an offer in compromise was provided. A paper was provided regarding one of the cases. The board is requiring the parties to appear with the client this afternoon, sir. Okay.
Understood, sir.
Okay. Just want to let you know that the board is requiring that we have the parties appear for the hearing this afternoon. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
Sure.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 24CMP 00037, Sushi, SOUSI, license number 60448. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its review and consideration. The next case on our calendar is case number 24CIT 00489. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government? I'm not sure whose case this is. Well, the parties for this case.
One second. Investigator Burnell Davis, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Is this your case, Mr. Cello?
It is.
Okay, fine. All right. Okay. And can you put on, this is it's a full show cause hearing. Mr. Sella, do you have any idea why the licensee is not here today?
I am double checking to see. I do not have any information as to whether they would or would not be attending, so.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Davis, I need you to be in an area, Mr. Davis. You're doing a hearing today, and I need you to be in a stable area, and I need you to move out, and I do not need to have any interference with your testimony today, sir. All right, sir. Okay, so this is case number 24 CIT 00489, license number 1222863. Mr. Sella, can you identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO.
I see that the licensee is not here. Is the government prepared to move without the presence of the licensee?
The district is prepared to go forward.
All right, so pursuant to DC Official Code Section 25447, the board has the authority to proceed ex parte where the licensee waives the hearing or fails to appear unless the hearing is extended for good and sufficient cause. The board's records reflect that the licensee was properly served. Seeing no licensee here today and having no good and sufficient cause to extend this hearing, the board will proceed with the show cause hearing ex parte. All right, so does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Government will waive opening in this case.
Thank you. Does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, government calls Investigator Burnell Davis.
Investigator Davis, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, your witness, sir.
Please state your name and spell it for the record, sir.
Burnell Davis, BERNELLDAVIS.
And what is your occupation?
Investigating with the alcohol board.
How long have you been an investigator?
For going on 2 years.
Are you familiar with the facts at issue in today's case?
Yes, there was a no ABC manager present on duty when I visited Soul Mexican restaurant.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a bit, but did this case occur on June 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And did you prepare an investigative report as it relates to this case?
Yes, I did.
All right, permission to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Feller to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen, Investigator Davis?
Yes.
Is this the investigative report that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate copy of the investigative report?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I ask that the board recognize as a matter of law, this report is already in the record.
Yes, so motioned.
Okay. Investigator Davis, why did you inspect the establishment on June 12th, 2024?
I went there to issue a citation for failure to file their quarterly statements. Also to conduct a regulatory inspection.
Okay. At what time did you appear?
I appeared there at about 9:25 p.m.
And is that during their normal hours of operation and sale of alcohol?
Yes,
Did you ask to speak to an ABC manager?
yes, I did.
What happened?
They said that there was only Miss Martin. She was just like the senior staff on duty.
Okay. And just to verify, what are their hours of sale?
They're open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay. Given that this is just a charge for no ABC manager, I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, is it just one charge or is it two charges?
I could have made a misstatement. I apologize. You're correct. Investigator Davis, on the question of the quarterly statement, when was that due to be filed?
Mr. Davis, I can't hear you, sir.
I believe it was the second quarter, if I'm not mistaken, and it was supposed to be. I need to see the report again. I do apologize.
Not at all. I took it down. Having reviewed the report, when was this quarterly statement due for filing? Was it the first quarter?
It was for the first quarter for 2024.
And was the quarterly statement timely filed?
No, it wasn't.
And did you issue a citation for the
Yeah.
quarterly statement?
Yes, I did.
And how much was that citation for?
$250.
Okay. And was that citation 8865?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I have no further questions of this witness.
All right. Hold on a minute, please. I just want to get some, Mr. Davis, you said that it was 9:25 p.m. or a.m. What time did you arrive?
That was 9:25 p.m., sir.
Okay, all right, thanks. Any other questions by the board members? Okay, hold on. Any redirect, Mr. Sella, based on the question that was asked?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Davis, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. I do apologize for any inconvenience in the beginning. And thank you. Y'all have a good day as well.
All right, thank you. The government wish to make a closing?
The district would just note that there is undisputed testimony that the establishment did not have a ABC manager on duty during its hours of sale and operation and did not file its quarterly statement. With that, the district rests.
Thank you, sir. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 CIT 00489 Soul Mexican Grill pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24 CIT 00489, Soul Mexican Grill, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Terry Janine Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. Will now take a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the matter has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Saylor. The Board will issue a decision in due course. Thank you. Have a great day.
And I believe that finishes me.
I don't know. Well, I guess thank you, sir. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 ULC 00030. This is a medical, this is a retailer. I believe it's an unlicensed Legacy DC. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 19th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. And the next case on our calendar is case number 24 ULC 00031, Smoke Jumper. This case has been canceled. So we are now at the end of our morning calendar. I need to go off the record for a couple of minutes. I just need to get some documents. So I will be right back. So just please hold tight. All right, thanks. We're still off the record. Board member Grant, can you go off the record? Can you give me a call, please? Okay, we're back on the record. Mr. Meadows. All right. All right. So let's do our agenda items. So the first agenda item, we'll do our legal agenda, medical cannabis. I'm going to read, there are 7 items on this calendar. I'm going to read all 7, make some recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'll ask that the board vote to affirm the recommendations made by the chair. So this is a legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter here is the review of ANC's 5F motion to reinstate protests. This is for Family Tree LLC, license number 127855. The recommendation is approval. Number 2, request to review compliance with board order number 2025-053 and other submissions. This is for Nomad Smoke Shop LLC, unlicensed establishment recommendation approval. Number 3, review of opposition and District of Columbia's response to respondent submission. This is Nomad Smoke Shop LLC, 2026 MLK Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, Southeast, as unlicensed establishment recommendation that this is moot. Number 4, review of settlement agreement. This is for produce, license number 127844, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of settlement agreement. This is for KKAE, license number 128694, medical cannabis retail license. This is approved with modifications, recommendation approval. And number 6, review of settlement agreement, North Cap for Lucid X Dreams, license number 127841. Approval with modifications, approval. So therefore, I make a motion that ABC board approve the recommendations, the first 6 recommendations made by the chair on the legal agenda medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review of offer in compromise. This is for Hidden Gem. This is an unlicensed establishment, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, remediation. To remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occur at the business, respondent will change the name of the business from Hidden Gem to Hidden GYM to Hidden GEM. Any signs that state Hidden Gem must be removed, updated, or replaced. Respondent will change its business model to sell clothing. Before listing the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection, DLCP. Respondent shall remove the Hidden Gem GYM website. Number 2, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online cannabis or cannabis products, including hemp and CBD, without a license. If respondent sells, attempts to sell, exchanges, or makes available for sale cannabis or cannabis products without a license, then it shall be grounds for the board to issue a subsequent notice of summary closure. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the building during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling cannabis or cannabis products without a license. Number 4, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 2, nothing in this OIC precludes the respondent from applying for a medical cannabis license from the board to sell or deliver cannabis and cannabis products. Number 5, lifting of summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraph 1 have been fulfilled. I therefore make a motion that this offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Let's now do the addendum. This is the legal agenda medical cannabis. Addendum review of consent order cease and desist. This is in Happy Bud. This is case number 24 ULC 00047, unlicensed establishment. I make a motion that the cease and desist, the consent cease and desist order be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 3-0. Let's now move to our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is the review of the Adams-Morgan Moratorium Zone Notice of Emergency and Proposed Rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this notice. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of motion for reinstatement filed by ANC 8A. This is for DC Food Market, license number 106962. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of motion to oppose protestants' motion for reconsideration filed by the applicant DC Food Market, license number 106962. This is now moot. Number 4, review of ANC's 2B's Main Street proposal for support for World Pride Black Bloc Party. This is an FYI for the board. Number 5, review of request to reinstate canceled license. This is a Great American Bistro, license number 116742. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our notice legal agenda alcohol addendum. The first matter on the addendum, it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for Rendezvous, license number 121029, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, failed to follow settlement agreement, first secondary tier violation, statutory authority. DC Code Section 25823A6. There will be a fine of $250 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I make a motion that the offer in compromise is accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of offer in compromise. This is for SUSSI, SOUSSI. License, this is for case number 24 CMP 00037. The license number is 60448. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for disorderly or unlawful purpose. First secondary tier violation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There's a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. A security plan will also be filed within 30 days of the board's approval, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely. Charge 2, failed to follow settlement agreement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A6. This matter is dismissed. Charge 3, provide entertainment without the endorsement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113.01B2. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of offer in compromise. This is for Ambassador Restaurant, license number 90422. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for disorderly or unlawful purpose, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A2. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25A23A6, a $1,000 fine paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 3, failed to make video footage available, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25836G3, a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Okay.
Lucy.
Okay, so let's now do our licensing agenda. There are 14 licensees on the licensing agenda, so I'm going to read all 14. And at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that the ABC board members vote to accept the recommendations made by the chair. The number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for new ABC license. Excuse me, ANC license. This is for Tapori, Tapori, license number 131196. The recommendation is that we approve. Number 2, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening under the new ownership. This is for Rim Tang DC license number 131166, recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Mezi Club license number 117790, recommendation we approve through September 30th, 2025. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Rooftop Kitchen at City Ridge, license number 1245A2, approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 5, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Mood Swings Food Hall, license number 117346. Recommendation that we approve through September 30th, 2025. Number 6, review application for change of hours on Sundays only. This is for Play DC Restaurant and Lounge, license number 112274, recommendation for placard. Number 7, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premises only. This is for Central Michael Richard, recommendation refer this matter back to licensing. Number 8, review request to change the location of the approved off-premise storage permit endorsement to 955 V Street Northeast. This is for RNL Bubbles, license number 118815, recommendation approval. Number 9, review request to increase the interior capacity to 25 for a total occupancy of 258. This is for Trade, license number 099229, recommendation placard. Number 10, review request to update the premises address based on the new certificate of occupancy to span 580 to 600 Water Street Northwest. This is Inner Harbor Spirit of Washington, the Capital Elite, National Elite, license number 077414 through 2 through 3 through 4. The recommendation approval. Number 11, review request to update the premises address based on the new certificate of occupancy to span 580 to 600 Water Street Southwest. This is for Odyssey Cruise, license number 022107, approval. Number 12, review request to remove the streeter endorsement from the license. This is for Bistro Lepic, LEPIC, license number 021918, recommendation approval. Number 13, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is for Abuni, ABUNAI, Poke Restaurant, license number 109347, recommendation approval. And number 14, review request to remove the carryout and delivery endorsement and the sidewalk cafe endorsement from the license. This is for Cafe of India, license number 120995, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members approve the recommendations made by the chair for the licensing, alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Number 1, Clubhouse, license number 122711. The licensee requests cancellation. Number 2, Kelly, KELLARI, license number 103465, licensee request cancellation. Number 3, J&D Market, license number 103723, the licensee request cancellation. I make a motion that the ABC Board cancels the licenses that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's one-day substantial change license. On this license, there are 45 applicants.
Woo.
The chair will review the name, the category, the event, the date, the license, the license number, and the attendees, and a recommendation at the end of the list. I will make a motion that the ABC board members approve the recommendations made by the chair. The first request is a request from Mark Eisenberg for one-day license class F. This is for a concert. This is March 7th. The license number is 131354, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 2, another request from Mark Eisenberg for one-day license class F concert. This is April 4th. The license number is 131353, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 3, a request again from Mark Eisenberg, a one-day license class F concert, May 2nd. License number is 131352, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 4, a request from David Tornquist, a one-day license class F. This is professional frisbee tournament. The event is April 19th. The license number is 131389, 450 attendees, 6 security guards. Recommendation approval with enforcement to monitor the event. Number 5, another request from David Tornquist, one-day license class F. This is for the Shadow Ultimate Inc. This is May 17th. The license number is 131390, 450 attendees, 6 security guards. Approval with enforcement monitoring the event. Number 6 is another request from David Tornquist, a one-day license class F, professional frisbee tournament. This is June 7th. The license number is 131391, 450 attendees, 6 security guards. Approval. Enforcement should monitor the event. Number 7, a request from Katrina Leona, a one-day license class F, half marathon, March 15th. The license number is 131464, 1,500 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 8, a request from Walita Watkins, WALITA, Wilkins, WILKINS, one-day license class F, charity brunch. This is March 1st. The license number is 131489, 50 attendees, 1 security guards. Approval Jessica Sims, one-day license class F, reception, March 16th. The license number is 131385, 700 attendees, 8 security guards. Approval. Number 10, a request from Lana Elzian, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is March 8th through March 10th. The license number is 131432, 200 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 11, a request from Lana Elzian, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is March 12th through March 14th. The license number is 131433, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 12, a request from Lana Elzian, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, March 20th. License number is 131434, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 13, Lana Elzin, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, 329, March 29th, 25, license number 131435, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 14, a request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is March 1st, 2025, license number 131436, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 15, a request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is May 5th and May 6th, license number 131437, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 16, a request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert and live music performance. This is March 12th, license number 131438, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 17, a request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is March 19th and March 20th, license number 131440, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 18, a request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is March 31st. License number is 131441, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 19, a request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class G, concert live music performance. March 1st. License number 131442, 200 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 20, a request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class G, concert live music performance, March 7th, 2025. License number 131443, 300 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 21, Alana Elzian, one-day license class G, concert live music performance. This is March 15th. License number 131444, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 22, request from Lana Elzian, one-day license class G, concert live music performance, March 19th, license number 131445, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 23, Lana Elzin, one-day license class G, concert live music performance, March 21st, license number 131446, 600 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 24, Lana Elzin, one-day license class G. This is March 28th, license number 131447, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 25, Jessica Sims, one-day license class G, reception, March 17th, license number 131386, 700 attendees, 8 security guards. Approval. Number 26, a request from Heather Kearns, one-day license class G, fundraiser, March 15th, license number 131347, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 27, Jennifer Curie, one-day license class G, wharf live aboard boaters. This is March 20th, license number 131394, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 28, Anne Roberts, one-day license class G, reception March 1st, license number 131395, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 29, Patrick De Batista, one-day license class G, DC Rawhide, March 15th, license number 131417, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 30, another request from Patrick De Batista, one-day license class G, DC Rawhides. This is March 29th, license number 131418, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 31, a request from Stephen Hessler, STEPHEN, Hessler, one-day license class G, Mardi Gras on H, March 1st, license number 131454, 200 attendees, three security guards approval. Number 32, a request from Stephen Hessler, one-day license class G, Mardi Gras on H. This is March 27th, the license number 131453, 200 attendees, three security guards approval. Number 33, a request from Kristen Semenak, Semeniak, one-day license class G, dinner, March 6th, license number 131474, 150 attendees, three security guards approval. Number 34, a request from Michelle Gleaton, one-day license class G. This is happy hour. This is March 6th, license number 131507, 125 attendees, four security guards approval. Number 35, a request from Leah F. Conley, one-day license class G. Fundraiser for Merch Elementary School, March 29th, license number 131503, 60 attendees, two security guards approval. Number 36, request from Steve Billadas, one-day license class G, reception, February 26th. License number 131500, 150 attendees, four security guards approval. Number 36, request from Smitty's, one-day substantial change, reception, nature of substantial change, have entertainment ED on the patio. March 1st, license number is 110802. Substantial change is 25 SC 00600 approval. Number 38, Grand Kata Atla Cosecha, COSECHA, one-day substantial change. The flea market, substantial change, use license off premises at 416 Moore Street Northeast. This is March 2nd. The license number is 119074. Substantial change license is 25 SC 00599. Recommendation approval. Number 39, Cliff Green Festival Class H Comedy Festival. This is March 26th through March 30th. The license number is 000096. 150 attendees, three security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 40 is CH Management Pub Crawl Whiskey Walk. This is March 8th. And license number 105025, substantial change is 25 PCE 00001. And the recommendation is approval for 1500. Number 42. Number 41, Regmo Promo Pub Crawl. This is Lucky You Patty Bar Crawl, March 15th. The license number is 104072. Substantial change license is 24 PCE 00029. Final approval for 1,000. Number 42, the Heath Group Pub Crawl. The Heath Group LLC. This is March 15th. The license number 105182. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00003. Final approval for 2,000. Number 43. It's Lindy Promotions. Lindy Promotions LLC. This is March 15th. License number 110455, substantial change license 24 PCE 00035. The recommendation is 3,500 for approval. And number 44, this event already occurred, so the recommendation is that we'll retroactively approve it. Jacob Fry's, which is number 44, one-day license class F festival. This was February 22nd. The license number is 131349. 100 attendees, three security guards. So recommendation that we retroactively approve this. Number 25, 45, request from Stuart Morris, one-day license class F. The event was February 25th. The license number is 131349, 50 attendees, 1 security guard, and retroactively approval. And number 46, the Heights Group, one-day substantial change reception. The event was February 21st. The license number is 105012, substantial change license 25 SC 00581. And this was to use a license off premises at 655 New York Avenue, and recommendation retroactively approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approves the recommendations made by the chair for the one-day, the alcohol beverage and cannabis administration one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And so let's now do the medical cannabis license administrative docket. On this docket, there are 3 applicants, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve the medical cannabis administrative docket for February 26, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And the final docket for this morning is the Alcoa License Administrative docket for February 26, 2025. On this docket, there are 30, let me make sure, there are 35. There are 35 applicants and applications, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve this licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. I believe we have now exhausted, we've now covered all our calendar and agenda items for the morning. And so the board will go into recess until 1:30. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good morning or good afternoon, and thank you. We'll see you in executive session. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. Joining me this afternoon for the hearing are three other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, and Mr. David Meadows. I'm Donovan Anderson, Board Chair. The board has 4 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business. This afternoon we have there are 8 cases on our calendar this afternoon, so I just want to provide some guidance. There are 8 cases on our afternoon calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the parties choose to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Before I call our first case this afternoon, I need to revisit one of our calendars. So I need to revisit. I'm sorry. I need to revisit our legal agenda, and our legal agenda for today. Number 5 on our legal agenda was the review of request to reinstate canceled license. This is the Great American Bistro, license number 116742. The decision of the board was to refer this matter back to licensing. I am, however, going to make a motion that we approve to reinstate the license. I'm just asking that only the board members who participate in the vote this morning participate in the vote this afternoon. So for this particular case, I make a motion that we approve number 5, which is the Great American Bistro license number 116742. The matter was to reinstate the canceled license. And I make a motion that we approve the reinstatement of the license. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. I'll now take a roll call vote. Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passes 3-0. All right. So let's now go to our calendar. The first case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00315 Thirst Lounge, license number 126287. This case has been canceled because the fine was paid by the licensee. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00051 Thirst Lounge, license number 126287. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Brandon Burke, access has been elevated. John Hoggs, access has been elevated. Jose John Baptiste, access has been elevated. And Supervisor Investigator Mark Brashears, access has been elevated. That appears to be all term.
Thank you. Can I have everyone mute your line, please? If you're not speaking, mute your line. I would prefer all the parties, especially to be on camera. Okay. All right. Maybe have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, board members. My name is Assistant Attorney General Joe Jean Baptiste.
Can you spell your name, sir, please, for the record?
JOSE JEAN-BAPTIST.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Mixon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the respondent, CAMERON MIXON, and I'm joined by two principals of the respondent.
Can you have them identify themselves for the record, please, sir?
Hello, my name is Sean Hoggs.
Can you please spell and state your name, sir?
Sean, S-H-A-U-N, last name H-O-G-G-S.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brandon Burke, B-R-A-N-D-O-N-B-U-R-K-E.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jean-Baptiste, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chairperson, I believe that we did submit a offer and compromise to the board earlier this morning, and all parties have agreed to the offer and compromise.
Well, in the old days, when offer and compromise are provided, the parties appear and put them on the record, and so I'm not going to have offer and compromise be provided the morning of the hearing. That's just not the way I operate. The legal office has to go create a different agenda, and so this is last minute, and so that's one of the reasons why. Since this offer and compromise was presented, then it needed to go back to the pre-COVID days. That if you're going to present, if a hearing is scheduled and you're going to present an offer and compromise, then the parties need to appear. If you submit an offer and compromise earlier, then our legal office will create a different agenda, and so therefore when we do our legal agendas or the addendum to the legal agendas in the morning, then I'll review that. But I'm not going to do this last minute. I don't appreciate this last minute. This is a case that's been going on for a very long time, and I don't understand why is it it's this morning after we are in the process of preparing for the day. The parties decide to do an offer and compromise that is which I support offering compromises, but I believe that this could have been done prior to this morning. So what is the offer and compromise, sir, that's been presented?
So the charge was third lounge produced notes that could be heard from outside of the establishment, which is a first secondary tier violation. Statutory authority is DC Code 225-725A1. And the fine is $250 payable in 30 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mixie, it's my understanding that there is an offer and compromise for a fine of $250 payable within 30 days. Is this your understanding, sir, of the offer and compromise?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. The licensee has agreed to the offer and compromise and has executed it and submitted to the board.
And your client is also aware that this matter is not appealable?
That is understood.
All right, with that said, I make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. Hold on a minute, please. Okay. Thank the parties for their presentation today. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. The next case in our calendar is a summary action motion, case number 24 ULC 00046 Trippy Wizard. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 26 at 1:30 p.m. The next case is case number 24 ULC 00048 City Smoke Shop. This is an unlicensed cannabis retailer. This case has been rescheduled to March 19th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00114 Lucid Extremes, license number 127841. This hearing has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement, which was approved by the board on its calendar this morning. The Next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00112. Briska L. Jaffe Takera, license number 129303. This case has been rescheduled to March 12th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar, case number 24 PRO 00071 J&D Market, license number 103723. This case has been canceled due to submission of, because based on the fact that on our agenda this morning, the board canceled the license for this establishment. So the next case on our calendar, the protest hearing, case number 24 PRO 00118 Kovacs Liquor, license number 106551. Good afternoon, Mr. Orion. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure, thank you. Salvador Salcedo Guzman, your access has been elevated. Sam from Kovac Liquors, access has been elevated. Kevin Lee, access has been elevated. Investigator Jarita Millington, access has been elevated. Francis Goings, access has been elevated. Badzai, access has been elevated. And Alik, the access has been elevated. There's all chairman.
Thank you. All right, so let's start with so if everyone, if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on? So let's start with you, Mr. Lee. Please spell and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is KYUNGHWAN, last name Lee, representing Kovacs Liquors.
Who's your client, Mr. Lee?
It's Sam, would you?
Can is that Mr. Salvador Guzman? Is that, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Hello, my name is Salvador Sauceda Guzman, INC 5D chair. Salvador is SALVA.
No, I'm sorry. Hold on. You're the ANC. No, not Mr. Lee. Who is your client?
My client is there. It's
Where are they, sir? Have them. I need the client.
Yeah.
To spell and state their name for the record.
Mr. Mahmoud Tusa, can you hear me? He's on the video, but Sam?
They need to unmute themselves. Can you tell them? Yeah. Can you please?
I'll text him.
You need to Mr. Orion, do they have to mute themselves, or is it you need to unmute them? I don't know, because I don't see any movement, so I'm not even sure there. Yeah. I see two people there.
Yeah, so one is a witness and the one is applicant.
I'm sending him a request to mute.
Okay.
Sam?
You need to put Mr. Lee, you need to put yourself on mute if you're talking to your client, sir.
Okay.
They may be having connectivity issues.
Right, because I don't see any movement. So it's that why don't you tell your Mr. Yeah, why don't they just log off and log back on, please? Because I don't see any movement in there. So have them log off and call them, sir. Have them log off and then log back on.
Excuse me, Mr. Anderson, may I please speak?
Not yet, ma'am. Who are you?
I am Francis Goings. I heard how you advised that we log off and then log back on. I'm unable to.
But who are you, ma'am? I don't know who you are.
I'm just a party to the protest hearing.
Then, ma'am, you're not you don't need to be saying anything until we're ready, ma'am. Okay.
I was just letting you know I can't access the camera, so I'm going to log off as well and then log
But
off.
as I said, ma'am, I don't know who you are. The only persons that I'm gonna recognize right now is the ANC after the licensee, and I don't. If you're a witness, then that's for later on. That's why I was saying that.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to let everybody know I'm just logging off. But yes, sir, I'm getting ready to log
That's
back
fine.
in. Thank you, sir.
All right. Are they able to they need to unmute themselves and speak?
It looks like he's working on it now. He changed his setting now, so.
So he need to unmute himself because he's still muted. Can they click the mute button? So, all right. Can you spell the owners of the establishment? Can you spell and state your name for the record?
Okay, the owner's name is
Not you, Mr. Lee. They're now there. Who's the owner? Can you?
He's there, but he cannot mute it.
Yes, he's unmuted. I need somebody to say something. Can they speak? All right, what happened now? All right, they're on this. Just tell one of them to say something.
It may need to call in.
No, but they're there. I can see them. They're moving. He's moving around, but they're not trying to speak. So if they were trying to speak and I can't hear them, but they're not even saying anything. Okay, sir, unmute yourself now, sir. Can you speak, sir? Can you say something? All right.
You may need to check his microphone.
No, he
source.
said we should he said give him a moment. So I don't know what this, because he put his finger to say hold on a moment. So I think that they're trying to get themselves together and will. No, we cannot hear you. No, we can't hear you. Can somebody respond to him to say no? He said we're on mute, but
I sent him a couple of text message, and then they just try to figure out. It looks like it.
it appears. I'll give him a couple more minutes. If not, we'll figure some other way.
He just texted me, "I'm trying."
I put the call-in information in the chat.
All right, if they can't figure it out, then we'll do the call-in. All right, can you speak, sir? Can you?
I text him again.
All right, unmute yourself. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Finally.
Hey.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Now, who's the owner of the establishment? Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Qaisar. Last name is Mahmood.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the owner of the business.
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. And I need you to I can't have you walking, so I need you to find a location for you to be stationary because it's making me dizzy. That's why. That's
I'm
all right.
sorry.
All right, so let me have the ANC representative spell and state their name for the record now.
Hello, ANC 5D Chair Salvador Sauceda Guzman. That's SALVADOR. Last name SAUCEDA-GUZMAN.
Salceda Guzman, good afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
This matter is it's just been protested by the ANC, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, fine. Before we start, Mr. Lee, are there any preliminary matters that we can address prior to starting?
Yeah, it's an opening statement.
No, I haven't. Just no. Before you do your opening, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
are there-
actually, we negotiated some of the amendment to the establishment that has current voluntary agreement since 2015. We tried to make an amendment for it, but it's a couple of issues coming up and run out of time. So that's why we come to the protest hearing today.
All right. Well, all right. Maybe if this is something that the board can if we don't have to do a full protest hearing, maybe. All right. So Mr. Salvador Salceda, I'm sorry, Mr. Salceda Guzman, any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Not at this time. We tried settling some matters, but we decided to move forward with the full hearing.
All right. Now, they already have a license. They already have a license. They're asking for substantial change. And it's my understanding the change that they're asking for, it's the current Sunday hours are from 2 to 7. They're not asking for any change from 2 to 7. For Monday, their current hours from 9 to 9. They're asking to change from Monday through Thursday. They're asking from 9 to 9. And Thursday, so they want to operate from 9 to 11, which is to add 2 additional hours from Monday through Thursday. And from Friday, their current hours are from 9 to 10. I think Friday and Saturday it's from 9 to 10, and they're requesting to change their hours to close at 12 o'clock. Is that the nature of a substantial change?
Yes, it is.
All right, and so, and I'm not trying to negotiate. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that, while we're here today, can the parties do stipulations, and the board would, let me ask the ANC, is it the ANC's position that they will not agree to the change hours, or is it the ANC's position that they can agree with the change hours if certain stipulations are put in place? Which one is the ANC's position?
We're in favor of allowing the hours to be changed as long as the owner follows through with the requested stipulations and also adheres to the 2015 settlement agreement that they've been failing to properly hold for the last 10 years.
All right, so Mr. Lee, what the ANC is requesting, is that something that your client can agree to, and so we can make this a part of the license, or is it that the all right, let me ask a question. If I guess, Mr. Lee, from your perspective, is it that your client cannot agree to the changes, or you needed more time to think? I'm just trying to figure out what's the nature of the disagreement. You don't need to just tell me what the nature of the disagreement. Not that I don't agree to this, but just generally what's the nature of the disagreement.
Yeah, actually, my client met neighbors, and I personally met the commissioner, and we tried to negotiate some other issue from the neighbors, but they asked for 7 or 8 items, and then we already have a current voluntary agreement, even though it's a kind of 9 years old, but it's very articulated. So if I just ask ANC if they wanted to amendment, it's okay. We just review it. But a couple of items, it's not the ABC matter. For example, the ANC requested for paving,
Um,
repavement of the parking lot.
I'm sorry, asking for what? I'm sorry.
That's the parking lot painting and then repavement. And then it's installation of the planters. I said that that's not the ABC issue. It's probably DCRA issue, but we didn't have any citation from the DCRA. We checked with the ABC investigator. It's not the ABC issue. So I had the experience with the DC mayor's office, and then it's a kind of the planter planting in front of the establishment is from the city control of that. So we cannot put anything on it until we got the approval from the city. So, but my client personally tried to meet commissioner, tried to put the planter, but as commissioner says that it's not planter what they want, and then that's why they wanted to go to the hearing. The other items, we already agree on it. So it's most of them we already agree on it, and that's.
So what are the items? What are the items that the parties cannot agree on?
Would you explain the?
So what are the items? I guess I'm trying to find out what's the nature of the dispute in the sense that we're here. I'm trying to figure out because we can hold on a minute. We can have an agreement to that the board will if the parties agree to grant the stipulations to grant the stipulated license that the new hours are Sundays from 2 to 7, Monday through Thursday from 9 to 11, Friday and Saturday from 9 to 12. So we can agree that we'll grant the substantial change. Now, I guess what I'm trying to find out is that the other issues, the other outstanding issues that the board, if we need to take testimony to see whether or not the board will agree to those, whether or not the board will, based on the testimony, if the board will agree to add those stipulations to those restrictions to the license, or the board will based on the testimony to say that these are not issues that the board can rule on. So if you tell me what the outstanding issues are. So let me ask from the ANC, what are the outstanding issues? And let me know what these outstanding issues are. Let's see if we can just cut to the chase and figure out if these are issues that we can just go to the hearing on these outstanding issues, or maybe I need to consult with our legal office to see if these are even protestable issues. So maybe the ANC can just share what are the outstanding issues from the ANC's perspective?
Yeah, so the main outstanding issues is the proper maintenance of the property. For the last few years, for over the decade, we've had issues with the business owner not able to properly maintain the property, free of litter, free of congregation of bad actors that either commit crimes on the property itself. We do acknowledge that the property owner has made some investments to secure the space and make it a safer space, but the cavalier approach that we had in the last couple of weeks from the owner is not suffice. We requested planters, which were originally agreed to through the board with our settlement agreement back in 2015. But in the last 10 years, this owner has failed to provide any planters to mitigate some of the traffic concerns that are created by his clients and customers, as well as some of the congregation that happens of these bad actors that commit crime on the property. I know that Mr. Lee mentioned that, yes, we are requesting that the property owner properly follows through with Department of Building Code by having the actual parking lot repaved with actual parking lines, because at this time it's just a flat black piece of concrete there, as well as keeping the space secure overnight. The owner just recently started keeping the space secure, but our main concerns are in preparation for summer 2025. Since the owner is being a little cavalier with the approach right now in the winter, we believe that he will fail to commit to what's been agreed to already on writing for what's to come in the summer, as we know that the business will be much more busier with much more traffic than what it is right now. So we understand that the owner has bought small planters, but those those in place right now will not last more than 30 days. We've given to him in writing exactly what businesses should purchase when it comes to large planters, as well as spoke to him directly in person about this in a community meeting. So it's just the lack of due diligence here that doesn't trust that's built a lack of trust with community and the ANC in terms of what the owner is going to be doing moving forward to mitigate these extreme concerns.
So those are basically the issues from the ANC.
Yes, as of right now, we majority of the other items we settled. We're still waiting for him to properly install lighting in the rear alley as well as a rear camera. I have not gotten an update from the owner or Mr. Lee in terms of those requests that we've made with the owner. Outside of those two items, the rear lighting, the rear camera, and proper maintenance of the parking lot as explained in the 2015 settlement agreement. Those are the three outstanding issues we have at this time.
Well, part of the problem is that if we go to a protest hearing, you have to argue what are these other issues. So unless you're going to have testimony on these other issues that you're saying, because you said we have had agreements, you don't have an agreement. So yeah, whatever is in the settlement agreement is still in place.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever is in a settlement agreement is still in place. But if you're saying that you have agreement on issues that are not in the settlement agreement, I mean, you would have to bring them up at this hearing for us to make it a part of this change. So I guess what I'm asking, because I'm just trying to figure out how to, if we can have a board order to say that the parties have agreed to this, and then we can end the hearing rather than have testimony. So that's why I'm doing that. And if we can't have an agreement, I'm not trying to negotiate. I'm just trying to find. I'm hearing that the parties have been in agreement, and so I'm just trying to find out what it is that the parties have agreed to. And if the parties have agreed to this in the sense that you have stated that you agree to the substantial change, but these are some of the restrictions on the license that the ANC wants. Now, if the parties agree to that, we can write a board order to say moving forward, this is now the changes. And so that's why I'm just asking the parties just to. So if Mr. Guzman, I'm sorry, Mr.
I just go by Commissioner Salvador. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir.
I just go by Commissioner Salvador because most likely people can't pronounce my last name. But Mr. Chair, I do want to state the concerns that are being addressed right now that we haven't been able to settle with the owner are based from the 2015 settlement agreement, aka violations that have been ongoing for years. So it's not new concerns that the board hasn't ever seen before with this business.
So, but a protest here, I mean, if you're saying that the licensee is not complying with the settlement agreement, that's not a protest issue. I mean, that's more of an enforcement issue in the sense that you alert the board. The board would do an investigation to say that they are not complying with the settlement agreement, and if the agency agrees, then we'll find them in that they're not compliant. But that's a protest here, and it's not the proper forum to address settlement, to say that they're not complying with a settlement agreement. So,
yes, Mr. Chair. But the concern from the commission is that since this business owner isn't able to comply with a 10-year-old agreement, we believe they should not be able to be permitted to extend their hours of operation since they can't actually fulfill the duties during the regular hours that they have right now. So this is just due diligence on the commission to prevent further chaos in the future, in the summer specifically, since that's what we expect. The commission foresees chaos from the business owner not being able to comply with the agreement as of today. And we do have witnesses that can testify today to these concerns.
So
can I add something?
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, actually, it's a basic question. It's a planting outside, it's related to the change of hours issue. It's an ABC issue. That's my basic question.
What do you saying, sir? What are you saying, sir?
So installation of planting is how they relate to the ABC matter, and how they relate to our application for the hour changing.
All right.
Why they just concerned about it? This is he said that it's a DCRA code violation. That's why I checked with the investigator, and it's not the ABC matter. It might be a DCRA matter, but we didn't have any citation so far about it. And then I said that based on my experience, I talked with the mayor's office, and then they control the floor bed and the tree bed. It's not individual establishment. And then there is a investigator Millington there, and then on the investigative report, she couldn't find any violation about it. She didn't mention anything about the planning or resurfacing of the parking lot. That's not the ABC issue. Because especially the parking lot issue, if there is no violation, if we have a sufficient lighting over there, she said that it's not a violation at all. And then that's a kind of resolve the issue, and then we need to talk to the landlord about it. So we are the tenant. So that's another issue, and then that's basically ABC issue, and it's not put on the part of the settlement agreement because we have an ABC hearing now. It's not a DCRA hearing. Yeah, it's community ask whatever they want to, but it's sometimes it depends on what kind of hearing is it. We are the ABC now, so if it's relevant to the ABC violation, we just follow it. That's why on the amendment they ask for 8 and 9. We almost agree on it, but that one, the resurfacing, painting the parking lot, and then the planters installation, that is not the ABC issue. So it's not put on the settlement agreement.
All right. So I just want to the dispute that we have that it's regarding planters on the property, repaving, I guess securing the parking lot overnight, and proper management of the property free of litter. I guess those are all the issues that.
We didn't agree on the other issues, so only except that planning. We tried to put on the planter over the weekend, but it's commissioner said that it's not what I want, and it's a different veggies. So she wanted to go to the hearing about it, and I'm just keep saying, advise my client that that's not the ABC issue. And if ABC board said it's okay, part of the settlement agreement, we follow that. And my client already spent the $600 for planting for overnight because he tried to be a part of the community and be cooperative with the community. And then commissioner said that it's not enough. So basically, I'm just go back to my basic, and it's not the ABC issue. And you need to talk with the DCRA or mayor's office to plant it. That's my basic position about.
All right, Commissioner.
No, I was going to say the issue is an ABC issue. These are methods that we're putting in place to mitigate bad actors that the property has been known to actually attract. We know that we have wasted government services in the last 6 months to clean the space. We know that those tax-paying dollars have been used to clean the space because the owner has not been able to clean the space until new violations were brought up against them recently in December for different matters. We came in a good time to be able to address concerns as we're preparing for the summer. I understand that the owner has attempted to purchase planters, but those planters don't do anything for the real concerns that we have in terms of mitigating the concerns outside of the property and establishment with bad actors that do bad things, whether it's drug use, fires, any form of criminal activity. We're trying to prevent that in that space. That area is notorious I am the ANC commissioner for the area. I recognize what we're dealing with. And I understand it's not entirely the owner's responsibility, but they do have a role. They do have a role to mitigate these concerns that community has been addressing to them directly. So it is an ABC issue that we have bad actors committing crime on that space. It is an ABC issue to ensure that the owner follows through with the 2015 settlement agreement. It is an ABC issue. So ACA should move forward. We can allow the residents testify that directly are impacted by these concerns, and they can speak directly. But we're just standing our ground to show that we're not interested in adding more hours of operation to an establishment that has consistently failed over the last 9 years to follow a settlement agreement. And I understand, Mr. Lee, that you explained that your client did not realize the settlement agreement existed for the last 9 years. That to me is poor management of a business if you don't know that certain paperwork falls onto your business. So we're just preventing measures that we foresee in the future, and we believe that we have a right to address these concerns and to mitigate them. Now, if APCA can enforce that, entirely fine. I understand certain things cannot be done through this board, but as the first government agency that we're addressing it to, we're getting the timestamp so it's acknowledged that these concerns were addressed in February of 2025.
At this moment, I suggest, Mr. Chair, and we have the protest investigator report, and then there is a investigators. So what she found and what's the decision about it, and why don't you ask her if there is any violation, any worries, any concerns about that? That will listen to. But the other side, but always it's we ask for change of hours, and then all of a sudden it's a planting and the pavement, that kind of stuff. It's not related to the security issue, safety issue. We just add more lights and more security cameras, and it's clean. And we always ask for MPD to presence, and then we have a police route. As a business owner, we try to do as much as we can do to secure the safety. And then on the investigative report, it says that she didn't find any violation, and she's. I don't want to explain about it. And then there is a investigator of Wellington over there, and then I saw the picture, and you can ask what she found and what's the decision about. Because about the planting and then pavement, we are not basically agree with the ANC now. So the other stuff, the other items we already agree on. So those are, I don't think it's related to our application for the change of hours. So that's why we just ask board to decide about it, because there's no room for the come up with a compromise. I'm sorry about that, but that's a reality.
All right. The board is going to go in executive session too. All right. Let me, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel in case number 24PRO 00118 Kovacs Liquors, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B 4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. The board is going to go into executive session. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so just stay tight. The board will log on. I'll ask all board members to log into executive session. We will be back. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Not making an objection. I mean, everyone sleeps. Just come. Let me sit down. So what's gonna happen?
All right, we're back on the record. The board went into executive session because we had a legal issue that we needed to discuss with our counsel. I think where we are, it's how to move forward with this hearing. I guess what I need, I believe that legally we can move forward with testimony regarding security. We can have testimony regarding litter. Because I think the issues from what I was told from the ANC was that the proper maintenance of the property free of litter. There's issues regarding the planters on the property, but I think in reviewing the settlement agreement, the settlement agreement talks about let me see, the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement states that, let me see, hold on. Oh, hold on. The settlement agreement, which is 8A, talks about installed planters with flowers at the entrance. I'm hearing that there's disagreement regarding the size of the planters, but that's not an appropriateness issue in the sense of for the board to deny. So that's not an issue that the board can address in the sense of whether or not the size of the planters. All the settlement agreement states is that they'll install planters with flowers at the entrance, and if there's the parties would have to figure that out. I don't think the board is in a position. It's not one of the appropriateness standard for the board to say that we do not agree with the size of the planters that was installed. So that's not one of the appropriateness standards that we can address. There regarding the, I know that regarding the parking lot, which is 7A provision 7A6. 7A6, it says that the applicant shall coordinate with the property owner to maintain adequate and functional security lightings on buildings to discourage criminal activity on or within the immediate environs of the premises during and after business hours. And I mean, that's aspirational on the part of the, I guess that's, at least that's what the settlement agreement states, that the applicant will coordinate with the property owner. And so that also is not, we believe, an appropriateness issue that can prevent the board to grant or deny the substantial change. So we'll have the hearing today, but the hearing, however, should be limited to the issues regarding peace, order, and quiet, in the sense of you talk about the security and litter on the property. I mean, we're not going to have any testimony regarding the size of a planter. I think that we were talking about parking lot repair. I believe that's an issue. I mean, security says applicant shall coordinate with property owner to erect a fence on the property line in the rear of the store. The protestants agree to inform affected, blah, blah, blah. Applicant should coordinate with property owner to erect a chain across the parking lot to prevent parking during non-operating hours. So again, these are aspirational provisions between the licensee and the property owner. This is not something that at a protest hearing, the board, it's not part of the appropriateness standard for the board to order this to occur. It's more so, I think, as I stated, so we will have testimony on number one with the property maintenance, proper maintenance of property, if you're talking about free and clear of liquor. And we can also have testimony on the security of the loitering, if those are type of issues. So this hearing will be limited on that portion of the case. And I guess I need to find out prior to starting the hearing, if we have testimony on those issues, and the board can make findings on those issues, would the ANC agree to grant the substantial change, or is the ANC's position is that I'm not going to agree to the substantial change?
If we can solidify the agreed to amendments that we preliminarily agreed to with the owner, I think we can go ahead with allowing permission for the change of operation of hours, given the opportunity that the two witnesses that ANC 5D has, Ms. Alik and Ms. Fadzai, can speak and say their testimony with those concerns with loitering, excessive loitering and criminal activity, with also littering and illegal dumping.
But yeah, but I said before, I don't know what you guys have agreed to. That hasn't been put on the record to
No,
say
it
these
wasn't.
are the
No, Chair, I'm sorry to cut you off. No, it wasn't placed on the record, but it was included on the protest information form that was submitted to ABCA. So it has been submitted as of last week.
But it's not. You'd have to tell me what it is now. And so therefore, when the board issues its decision, then we'll say that this is not part of the license. So you'd have to say to me, this is what the parties have agreed to. And then the board would, although you've put it out there, but you've put it out there on your PIP, but it's not a part of the record until here we have this hearing that we will say that the board will grant the board will the parties agree that the board will grant the substantial change. The parties also agree that these five things will happen, and then we'll just have testimony on the issues that I just stated, and then we can decide, and then the board will decide if we're going to make additional findings on to add to the renewal, to the granting of the substantial change. So that's why I'm saying you need to tell me what is it that you have agreed to, and then I will put that on the record as a part of the license. So you have to say to me that the parties have agreed, that you have to say to me, we agree to the substantial change. We have also agreed to these issues. We have also agreed here.
Understood. When do we say that?
So you can do that. The parties have stipulated, this is what the parties have stipulated to. And so this is now, once you tell me that, if Mr. Lee agrees, so therefore the parties stipulated, you'll say the party stipulated to the substantial change. So the hours will now be Sundays from 2 to 7, Monday through Thursday, 9 to 11, Friday and Saturday from 9 to 12. That's one stipulation. The parties also stipulated to. What else the parties have stipulated to? And then we'll make this a part of the license. And without saying anything, the settlement agreement remains in effect. So that's a given, unless the licensee applies to terminate the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement stays, and if there are a violation of the settlement agreement, then you can always alert the agency. We'll do an investigation, and if we determine that they're valid a settlement agreement, then we will take enforcement actions against them. So I said before, so moving forward, so I said before, so you need to tell me what it is that you've agreed to, and then we'll just have testimony on those two issues, and then the board will determine based on the testimony if we need to impose any other conditions on the granting of the substantial change.
Okay, understood.
So what is it that the parties have agreed to that you want to, that is now will be a part of the license?
So for our protest information for Exhibit 5D02, there is 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, I don't have it in front of me, so you have to tell me specifically.
I'm detailing what I've submitted, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I'm just going in detail. Exhibit 5D02, there's 4 amendments that we've agreed to add to this 2015 settlement agreement. 5A is an addition. The fence will be maintained and kept free of any obstacles, trash, or unsightliness weekly.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me see if I can find your documents. Hold on. Let's go. While I was in executive session, the board was in. I should have look at your. Well, hold on, please. Let me see if I can find. It's not there. Hold on. Hold on. I apologize. Give me a couple of minutes. Okay, what page are you on? You said tell me what you're referring to now, sir.
Let's see, Exhibit 5D02. I guess that's page. I don't have page numbers, only exhibit numbers on the exhibits.
That's a document title on the agreed to amendments.
It's 2 pages prior to the photos.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead. What are they?
One is an addition to section 5A. The fence will be maintained and kept free of any obstacles, trash, or unsightliness weekly.
So, Mr. Lee, this is something that
Yeah,
your
we agree
client
on
has
it.
agreed to?
Yeah, we already agree on it.
Go ahead.
5C, any damages or outages to lighting should be repaired within 30 days. Any lighting should be arranged so the rays are confined to the property.
We agreed on it.
Go ahead.
Operators will call MPD, Metropolitan Police Department, or Metropolitan Fire Department when fires are lit without their permission or cooperation. If they permit fires, they will maintain responsibility for its safety and security.
We agreed.
Go ahead, sir.
And the final one, operators and our staff will keep nearby areas free of liquor debris. If illegal dumping occurs within the vicinity, operators will promptly report to DC DPW, Department of Public Works. Empty liquor bottle displays should be removed within 7 days.
We agree that. So we confirm that all 4 items, we already agree on it with them.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
That was the 4 items that we agreed to.
All right. Okay, so the stipulation is that we're going to grant the change, and you're asking to amend the settlement agreement to add that language to it. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Correct.
All right. So then, basically where we are is that we now can take testimony on the issues I talked about, which is security and litter. All right. Do we need to call the board's witness, or the parties have their own witnesses that can testify on that issue?
ANC 5D has their witnesses available. That's Ms. Alik and Ms. Fadzai.
All right. Mr. Lee, do you have?
We have 2, including only 3 people are available to testify today.
No, I'm saying on that specific issue.
No, there is no specific issue. Actually, as we agree on the 4 items of amendment, we are okay to move on to the granting the hours of change.
All right, so then we'll just have, so what we're gonna do then, we'll just have testimony by the ANC's 2 witnesses, and then the board will make a decision based on their testimony, whether or not we need to add any additional conditions to the license. Is there agreement there?
Okay.
All right, so let me see. Ms. Middleton, thank you very much for being here today. You don't need to be here. Thank you and so who's the first witness that the ANC wish to call?
We'll call Miss Alik first.
I'm sorry, who's that? Who's the person?
Alik.
I'm sorry. Alik, I'm sorry, ma'am. What is your name? Can you please raise your right hand, ma'am? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, so can you spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Alik Karmanian, Aleek, last name Kahramanian.
All right, thank you. Your witness, sir.
Sure. So I'm
No,
a
no,
little bit.
no. This is where it's gonna go. He has to
Okay.
ask you questions. So he has to ask you questions, and then
I
you
see.
answer. You can't
Okay.
make a statement. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Alik, can you confirm where do you live in proximity to this establishment?
Yeah, I live right behind Kovacs,
Can you confirm your address for the record?
1250 Sims Place, Northeast.
How long have you been living there?
5 years.
5 years. And in the 5 years that you've been there, have you seen any activity of litter, illegal dumping, or actual criminal activity in the space?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on some of the criminal activity first before we go into the littering and illegal dumping?
Sure. Probably on a daily basis, I see folks drinking, using drugs back in the parking lot. Oftentimes after business hours, there are cars parked and partying all throughout the night. There are usually, I'd say like maybe on a weekly basis, folks that set bonfires in the back lot and party and do all sorts of things. That's criminal activity. And then in terms of loitering, there's just trash usually all over the place at all times.
Do you see a certain season where this activity is more rampant than others?
I would say all the time. Obviously, when it's like, freezing out, the activity is usually either non-existent or fewer people are out, but it really does ramp up when the weather is nice.
Okay. And you said you've been a resident at your place for over 5 years. Have you seen any changes recently with activity? I know we're currently in the winter season coming into warmer weather, but in those 5 years, has it been consistently the same, or has there been any change recently with the activity itself?
I'd say it's been pretty consistent. The last year was pretty awful. The crime in that area, like the businesses starting at Kovacs, has just been awful. There's been a lot of shootings and a lot of like criminal activity like that. So it's been it's been going downhill in the past year, but in the 5 years that I've been here, it's been like at a consistent like base of partying, drug activity, bad actors on a regular basis.
Have you ever had to make a call against the business or needed to contact government services to address concerns with the business?
Yes, I have.
Can you share some of those agencies that you reached out to or that responded to you?
Either 911 when there was a shooting, which happened several times last year, or 311 when it comes to like littering and trash type of violations.
Okay, my camera went off. I apologize. I don't know what happened here. But in terms of mitigating some of the concerns of activity, have you seen any recent changes?
Yes, I know there have been recent changes based on the protest that we filed. So I know like some of the graffiti has been painted over, the trash has been picked up and cleaned a little bit. I know those planters were planted as part of it, but and maybe new lights have been put up, but that's all been in the past, maybe since December or January.
Now, as a final question for you, in terms of your concern as a resident that lives in direct proximity with the establishment, do you believe that the business owner will be able to continue to mitigate some of these concerns consistently up until the summer?
Truthfully, I don't know because they've had this agreement in place since 2015 and they were in constant violation, right? And so it makes me hesitant to say I believe things will change because it's been 10 years of continued violations. And we're seeing the bad effects of it on a daily basis living here. So I don't know, to be honest. I know Sammy's taken like some steps to clean up the business and make the changes, but that's because we're in the midst of this protest hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Leek. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, do you have any questions of the witness?
Yeah, thanks for coming to testify today. And I got several here. The Commissioner Salvador already asked more questions. So, are you familiar with this area? You lived there for 5 years, right?
Yes, I've lived in this neighborhood for 5 years, but I've lived in DC for 17 years.
Yeah. Do you know where the community gets alcohol?
Whether the community gets what?
Gets alcohol? Where they purchase alcohol?
Can you?
There is
the question is that where does the community purchase their alcohol?
So there is several ABC establishment around there. The Compact Market and the Northeastern Market and the Kovac Liquors. So it's a three within 1,200 radius, 1,200 feet radius. So do you know community where they get the alcohol most of the time? Because all the community, there is littering problem.
Hold on, Mr. Lee. You ask her a question, she either can answer it. I think you don't need to explain the question.
Yep.
So are you able to answer the question, ma'am? Yes or no?
What is the ask? Sorry, I'm not
Do
getting
you
the
know
question.
do you know where the community purchase their alcohol? I believe that's the question that he asked initially.
I believe the community purchases alcohol from various types of establishments, one of them being Kovacs.
Okay. Do you have another question, Mr. Lee?
Yes, and then the place you live, you can see the Quebec liquors from there.
Yes.
how often you observe so can you see that?
Every day,
Every day.
all day,
Okay.
every day.
Okay. And then you said that you saw the bonfire and that kind of stuff. I understand that it's already gone. And did you still see that in the parking lot? In the back of the parking lot and that.
Do I see it now? No. Do I think it will happen again? Yes.
It will happen again? That's your assumption. So it's
Yes.
already gone, right? It's already gone, right? It's much better than before, or that's a kind of getting continuously they're getting worse.
So in the past month, it's been okay, but that's because I think we're in this protest period. Do I think it will stay this way? I don't know. I can't answer that. But I am worried
Yeah,
that once
I
the weather
understand
starts
that.
to get warmer, right?
Yeah.
Like people will go back to their usual antics.
Yeah, I understand the community concern too. And did you directly talk to the owner, we call it Sam, and about your concern?
Yes, we had a community meeting earlier this month.
Okay, and then now personally,
Hold on, Mr. Sasueda Guzman, you can't be shaking your head, sir. Okay, so you're just. I didn't say get off the camera, sir. I just said you just can't be shaking your head. Okay, all right. Okay, go ahead.
because the next door it's Circle 7 and the Northeastern Market and the Compact Market, they create the same problem to the whole community. I know that area very well. And then
Mr. Lee, are you asking a question,
Yeah.
sir?
Did you contact the owner to mitigate the issue, safety and security issue around that area?
What is Mr. Lee? And I'm going to object to that question. What is it relevant? Why is it relevant? You tell me why is it relevant for her contacting some other licensee? This is about Kovacs Liquor.
Because of that area, proposal of the ABC establishment creates some same problem with that. And if Kovacs only do something better, it's not necessarily means to the community. It gets better whole community.
Well, as I said, it's not relevant whether or not she has contacted another licensee. We're talking about Kovac, and all the testimony should be about her contact with your client, sir. Okay, so let's move on.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And no further questions. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
All right. Any questions by any board members of this witness? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Good afternoon, everyone. Commissioner Saucedo Guzman asked you about your interaction with agencies, and Mr. Lee asked you about your interaction with the actual licensee. Specific to your interactions with the licensee, the commissioner described his interactions as being, the response to his interactions as being cavalier. Would you agree to that with your interactions, or how would you describe your interactions with him?
I've only had one interaction with him, which was at the community hearing earlier this month.
I can't. I don't know what you did, but now I can't hear you. Like you did something different.
Can you hear me now?
It's better. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I've only had one interaction with the business owner earlier this month at the community hearing. I thought it was a fairly easy conversation where he had agreed to all of our stipulations, but so that's why I was surprised today that was not the case. But I haven't really had other interactions with him. So I know the NC commissioner has, so he probably has more experience than I do, but that's been the extent of my interaction.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions by the board members? I guess I'm curious that you said you've lived in the area for 5 years, and you've only had one interaction with the owner. Is there a reason why you have not had any interaction prior with the owner? Or, you said you had an interaction at this community meeting. Is there any reasons why you have never approached them about some of your concerns that you have regarding the business?
I don't feel comfortable doing that type of interaction. Like, I'm not going to go to someone's business and talk to them about the problems that I see. I don't think that's a professional way of handling things. And also, I don't think it's necessarily my role to do that. That's why we have our ANC commissioner helping us with this protest. I also don't feel safe doing that because there are a lot of loiterers. I've been harassed outside the establishment before, so I don't think that's really on me. And I think like this has been a culmination of the past year of a lot of violent behavior that has, I think, moved a lot of the neighbors to the brink of we need to see change. Whereas before it was just like, I think things may have been done, but I hadn't been involved. And so after all the shootings last year, I wanted to get more involved. And so that's essentially the reason why I have been involved now. And so, yeah, if it means having more conversations with the business owner in the future, then I'm here for it.
All right, thank you. Any questions, any other questions by any board members? Mr. Lee, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
It's a redirect.
No, it's
No.
not, it's not your witness, so you have an opportunity to ask questions based on the questions that the board asks. If it's not related to one of the questions that the board asks, then you cannot ask it, sir. So do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board? Mr. Lee?
Yeah, I have a question. Actually, investigator report assigned the investigator assigned to a month and visited day and night randomly 8 times, and she couldn't find any violation.
Do you have a question for this
Yeah,
witness,
that's
sir?
my question. And how do you feel about that, about the security issue?
Is the question how I feel about security?
Because based on what the investigator found out, and then no violation, and she found out the MPD presence over there. It's on the report. And how do you feel about the security and safety issue now? That happened lately.
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't feel safe and secure going to that business. I mean, we were supposed to meet with the business owner earlier this month, and his store got robbed during the time of the meeting. And I understand that's not related to him, but like those are still issues that are happening today, right? And so I can't remember if the security cameras were installed. Does that make me feel safer? Maybe. Like, I don't know how they're being used, but I don't think the lights are set up totally either. So it's still, yes, I have concerns about the security.
Any other questions, sir?
No further question for me.
All right. Mr. Salvador, let me not even.
Yeah,
Right.
there you go.
Commissioner Salvador, okay.
Yes.
I try, okay.
I appreciate you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Any redirect of this witness, sir?
No, that's all I have for Ms. Alik today. Thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. You are free to go if you so desire.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have our final witness, Ms. Fadzai Nomburo. She is available to testify.
Where is she? I mean, ma'am, can you turn your camera on, or do you not have a camera?
She was just online.
She's online, but she's not on camera and she's on mute, so I don't know what's going on. So I can see her name in front of me.
She might have stepped away and just messaged her.
Okay, sorry about that. I've got contractors in the house.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
It's Fadzai Namburo. It's FADZAINHAMBURO.
Thank you. Your witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Fadzai, thank you for joining us today to speak on some of the concerns we have with Kovacs Liquor. Can you confirm your place of residence in terms of the proximity to this establishment?
Yeah, I actually can see it out of my office window right now. I'm right on Sims Place.
Can you confirm your address?
Yes, 1242 Sims Place Northeast.
Okay, so it's can you confirm that you share an alley with this establishment?
I do.
Okay, perfect. How long have you lived at your residence?
Since 2017.
Okay, and how long have you seen issues with Kovacs Liquor since you've been living on Sims Place?
Honestly, it's been a tide of highs and lows, but I would say there's always been issues and there have been, an uptick of issues in recent years.
Is there a season where you see these issues increase compared to other seasons in the year?
Yeah, definitely the summer whenever it's warm outside.
Okay, and what are the main concerns that you witnessed in terms of criminal activity or litter and illegal dumping?
Okay, so there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of loitering, a lot of rambunctious and loud loitering. So I work from home. I know I've in the past had to go outside and ask people to turn down the speakers because I couldn't hear my office calls from inside my house, even with the windows closed. There are issues of people congregating in the back of their lot and just kind of like partying into the late hours of the night. I've witnessed a lot of fights, sometimes with, I don't know, I'm not right there, but, a lot of times I'll hear people talking about knives and guns, so I assume that there are weapons involved. We've had a big issue in the last year or two of bonfires. They've set large bonfires with like 4-foot high fires coming out, and a lot of times it's been during windy days, so that's been concerning. And then just generally, a few drug dealers and drug users kind of use that space to both take and sell drugs.
How have you addressed these concerns that you've been witnessing at the establishment?
Yeah, I guess I forgot to speak to the trash. So the trash was a huge issue during I guess this is like the protest window. During this protest window, they finally cleaned it up, which was really great. Like there were bags and bags and bags of black trash bags everywhere, tied to the fence, sitting on the ground, really increasing our rat issue in the neighborhood. So they fixed that up. And so I have spoken with Sammy before about like the trash and the cleanliness. And he's always super nice and super friendly about it. And he just usually will say like, his guy didn't come or something like that. Like he has somebody to do that stuff, but they haven't come. But it's been a consistent issue. I've called 311 about it, about the trash issues. I think I've called about the water, but I think that's on the other side of the property. I've had to call 911 when I've seen those fights breaking out. Like if they start to get serious, there's honestly a fair enough amount of fights that I don't get involved usually. But if I hear people mention weapons, I usually try to call. And I think that's it.
When you said they cleaned up the space, was that the property owner, Mr. Sammy, or is that Department of Public Works?
So it has been helpful ever since they've gotten the street team to come through the neighborhoods and clean up. So that has helped. I think that's been the last year or so. And then I guess the property owner cleaned up recently. I know when we had a meeting at MPD about just the general, violence and issues in the neighborhood, there was a representative from ABCA there that said she did, have the property owner come out and clean up there was like I don't know what else to call it besides like a bottle memorial of just empty liquor bottles and things that they had left there for maybe a year or 2 or 3. So they finally cleaned that up. So this has all happened in the last 3 months, probably.
Okay. Do you attribute any of that cleanup recently in the last 3 months to certain matters that the establishment is going under, or do you think that's something that they were just doing on a regular, as a regular?
100%. I think it's because of this matter right here.
Okay. And in terms of you living at your residence for about 8 years or so, do you also recognize that the area behind Sims Place is known for notorious activity?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. So we have issues with the alley. Honestly, the fence kind of contributed to that issue in a couple ways, or maybe just change it. But yes, it's a known issue. The whole strip of businesses on, what is this, Mount Olivet, have a lot of issues going on and contribute to our violence in the neighborhood.
Okay. And do you think that the business owner will be able to continue to mitigate these concerns going into the summer?
I mean, honestly, I feel bad giving Sammy a hard time because he's a very nice guy, but like the track record has said he won't. So that's why it's concerning extending the hours when we already have problems with people being out there. We already have problems with the loitering. We already have problems with all like what's going on. So that the extended hours that's what concerns me personally.
Okay. I think my final question would be if ANC 5D comes into an agreement with the business owner, do you believe it's up to the business owner or the residents to make sure that he adheres to what's in place in terms of a settlement agreement or any of the things he has to do with ABCA?
I mean, I would like to see the business owner be proactive, right? Like, I think if we can all act in good faith, that would be good, right? So, like, when I pointed out that there was graffiti on the back of the building during this process, it was painted. It had been there for maybe 6 months or more. It was painted within a couple of weeks, right? So that was great, but it had to be forced. There's more graffiti that's out there right now that's been out there for about a month or two. So it's just like, if we know that they're supposed to be on top of things, they should be on top of them. Otherwise, I guess, should we be complaining? Like, I'm not sure what the right thing is that we're supposed to do. I feel like I'm trying to follow the channels because what should be happening is not happening. Without an agreement in place, there shouldn't be bags of black trash bags everywhere on a business, like for months at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the last question I have for Ms. Fadzai.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
questions, Mr. Lee?
Yeah, thanks for coming. Do you believe there is a nexus between liquor store and the criminal activities around your community?
Sorry, it was cutting in and out. Can you say it again?
Do you believe there is a nexus between criminal activity and the Kobab liquor store?
I mean, I don't necessarily think that the liquor store is a criminal enterprise, but I do think that criminals have made it their place of activity.
Okay. Did you notice that there is some kind of improvement this couple of months?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, I did see that there's been an improvement in the last, probably since December.
Uh-huh. And then do you think it's he tried to keep continuing do that, and then can you believe and then he can work with the community?
I mean, my belief based on discovering that there was already an agreement in place, knowing that some of these things are just obvious that they need to be done, and them not being done in the past and only occurring during this window of time where there is something before the board where they're hoping to get the hours extended. That's the only time that there's been like a positive movement. I do not think that this would continue, honestly. And the fact that the biggest pushback that it seems that I heard from earlier, I've had to jump in and out, but it seemed like the biggest pushback was about planters. And that was an agreement made in 2015. And the goal is to stop people from loitering in that problem corner. To me, that shows that, and we talked about it at the community meeting. So I'm confused between hearing yes at the community meeting, and then, it seems like maybe there's something different today when it's formal.
Okay, there's no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Thank you for your testimony. Of all the concerns that you have with these changes or requests, could you prioritize what the top issue is for you at this point?
I think the biggest issues that I personally have is the loitering and the trash. So I think, and the fires. So the rear of the property is basically out of control. It has been in control for the last few weeks, but prior to that, it's been a free man kind of zone. People are drug dealing, people are doing all sorts of things back there. And so to me, keeping it clean, because then also they're throwing liquor bottles, we're constantly cleaning liquor bottles up in my back alleyway in my house, which have nothing to do with me. So to me, maintaining order and cleanliness at that property is the biggest thing.
Thank you for that. Another question for you. So today is a really nice day, right? I think it's like going to reach like 60 degrees, and that's relatively nice for February. If this were a day where people were hanging out, what's your estimate on how long they would be there? Would it be all night? Would it be 1 a.m.? Like, what's the time?
I think it varies. So sometimes people will come earlier in the day, like what time is it right now? 3 something. So yeah, people might come around noon, they'll hang out all day while the sun is out, and then they'll depart. Sometimes people will come later in the day, like towards the evening time, maybe you could say after work or, when things are getting dark. And then when they come later, they can stay later into the night. On the weekends, they can really kind of get, later into the night. And then especially when it's weekends, like, Thursday through Sunday, I guess, then it's especially when we start to see it spreads kind of more into the neighborhood where people maybe are walking around drunk and like it's just a lot going on, which I know, obviously there's only so much we can attribute directly to them, but it is contributing to the issues.
Sure. Do you think, this is my final question, do you think
Okay.
that by limiting or maintaining the current hours, that would curtail the activity?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If they can't continue to buy liquor throughout the night, then I think they will move on and find somewhere else to go, except for the very persistent ones. Honestly, if they were following the agreement and securing the lot at night and doing other things that are meant to deter people, I think that would also help. I think that's why the agreement has come up so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
I guess the question I'm confused about, are you saying that the people, are they purchasing liquor from Kovacs and they're just spending the day, they're just in and out of the place buying liquor? Or explain to me what's going, because I'm confused.
I think it's both, right? I think there are people who come there, they just pull into the lot, they never step foot inside the store, and they loiter and they hang out. They sell drugs all day. They set up a table sometimes where they're selling drugs from, like they come set a fire. I don't necessarily think the people who are coming and setting fires are going in and buying liquor, but I do think sometimes the people that are coming to join them are going in and grabbing a beer, they're grabbing wine, they're going back out, they're coming and going, they're getting drunk. They start, because you can see as the day progresses or the night progresses, as people are getting drunker and higher or whatever they may be, that things start to get more rowdy and contentious. It actually just happened, I think it was either in December or November. There was a big crowd that was out there, maybe 40 to 60 people, and they started off relatively calm, and by 10, 11, midnight, they were arguing, they were fighting, we were hearing people talking about knives, like it just gets out of control.
But all right, let me ask you a question, because
Okay.
no, I'm sorry. You said like 10, 11. So was this a weekend? Was this a weeknight, or because
I
the
think that
hours?
was a Thursday.
But the hours for the establishment was that they close on Thursday at 9 o'clock. So you're saying 10, 11 o'clock. So if people are doing whatever they're doing at 10, 11 o'clock in the night, how is this attributable to this establishment?
Because they're meant to secure their lot. That's one of the agreements that they reached previously with ABCA. They're meant to secure their lot at night. So if they closed at 9 o'clock and those people were there well before 9 and they left them there, they've now put the responsibility of what's going on their lot onto us. They were meant to call MPD or do whatever they needed to do to clear the space out before they left and went home to their quiet neighborhood. They left us with the chaos.
But let me see. Let me look at the settlement agreement. I just want to let me get some clarification on a settlement agreement that you're saying about.
Yeah, they're actually supposed to completely close off the parking lot with a chain.
All right,
And
let me
I
see.
actually
Hold on.
suggested that we
Hold on,
amend that.
ma'am. There's no question. Hold on, ma'am.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Security. It says applicant shall coordinate with property owner to erect a fence on the property line in the rear of the store. Applicant shall coordinate with property owner to erect a chain across the parking lot to prevent parking during non-operating hours. So it says that the applicant is gonna coordinate, at least the licensee is gonna coordinate with this. Do you know whether or not the owner of the establishment is it their property, or are they a tenant?
Are you asking me?
Yeah,
My understanding is that they're a tenant and the owner is I don't know his last name, but it's a guy named Jared. The fence is on the rear of the property, and then the entrance to the parking lot is on the Montello side. So those are two separate things. The securing that I'm talking about would be on the Montello side where people drive in and out. There's no driving in access from the rear because the fence is now up. That went up, I think, in 2023.
No, because I'm saying what the settlement agreement talks about. It talks about that they're supposed to coordinate with the property owner to have this done. So,
So my
go ahead, ma'am.
My understanding is that they have, just like the other property owner owns two side-by-side lots, and on both sides, I believe they have, what do you call those? The yellow poles that chains hang off from. So I believe they're on both properties. They have the ability to close the fence. I believe when we brought up the issue at the community meeting, I think that was either this month or last month, I believe Sammy mentioned that the chain had broken. And that I don't know whether he didn't want to replace it or I don't know. He just said the chain had broken as one of the reasons.
All right. Are any other questions by any other board member? Mr. Lee, any questions of the witness based on the questions that
Yeah,
were asked by the board?
it's just such a nice day out, and then can you see through the window what you can see?
Right now I can see it's a nice quiet day. I don't see anyone right now.
Did you see any loitering and then public
No.
drinking issue and the public urinating issue?
I don't see them right now. No.
Okay, thank you. And then, do you think it's a change of hours is it doesn't affect much on their operating or maintenance?
Can you clarify the question?
We ask for change of hours, right?
Okay.
And then does it affect a lot about the current operating and the maintenance problem? Even my client, Sam, will maintain better. You said that there are a lot of improvement. So do you believe it's a big difference with the change of hours?
Yes, I do think that longer hours into the night would contribute to the loitering and the trash and the fire issues that we've seen.
So at night, did you see the police MPD presence?
I usually see MPD in the burger lot, the storage unit lot, and Circle 7. I know Sammy's mentioned that they come to that lot. I've only seen them there when there is something that got bust up. Like, I don't think they came that night where they had that big party, but like if there was a big party that they had to break up, I've seen them in that lot. But otherwise, I typically see them in the other 3 lots.
Yeah, do you understand that Sam is getting involved in the community issue more and more? And then can you call or work with him to improve your community? Can you believe that?
Can I call a work order hearing?
No, I mean Sam personally, and then assure that he gonna work with the community to getting better because now he realized a lot of community issues. He wanted to make a better and better one by one. And then do you think it's okay with him?
I mean, I think that I have brought up trash issues to Sammy before they got as bad as they did. So, I mean, if the question is my opinion, no, I am hesitant. I don't see good faith measures being taken. They're only being taken during this process. It seems like when we were asking, it was like, oh yeah. He would say very nice things, and then nothing would happen. I've only seen action now.
Do you know that if there is a voluntary agreement, if there is a violation, you find that you can make a complaint to the ABC board?
That I can make a complaint to the DC board?
The ABC board.
Okay, no, I actually did not know about that until this process took forward, but I have made several complaints to DPW, to DCRA or DLCP and DOB. Like I said, I've called the police multiple times. So I have definitely pursued ways to handle this. I've actually talked at length with our sweep inspector. I think her name is Miss Jacqueline. I've talked with her at length. We've actually gone on community meetings throughout the whole neighborhood asking for these issues to be addressed. And we've actually been trying to ask to get a mayor's task force into the neighborhood so that we can try to address all of these issues, including the major issues happening at Kovac. So while until I knew about this process, I didn't, but I have actually filed some complaints since then, including the graffiti that's on the wall right now.
Sure. Now you understand that even though with the extended hours, and if you found any violation, and then you can you can have any kind of protection and the measure to mitigate that issue with the ABC board. Is it correct?
Do I understand that I can report to ABCA?
Yeah. Because you just worry about the extended hours, and it might be getting worse or something. But you didn't know that you have a protection to file a complaint. So now you have a safe protection for it, right?
Well, I know when we spoke with the ABCA rep who came to meet with us at MPD, that was super helpful. And even she mentioned that she had to physically ask the owner to go out with her to clean up those liquor bottles, that it was maybe the third time that she had asked, and that she was tired of coming and seeing the same issue. So I understand what you're saying about knowing the routes that I can pursue, and I do know them, and I would, pursue them in the future, but I'm not confident, honestly. I would like to say yes. I would like to have this moment in a year and be able to say, yes, I've seen it firsthand, but experience over these 8 years has not shown that.
But I'm sure he will contact you on a regular basis and to address the issues in the future. Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Commissioner Salvatore. Any follow-up questions? Any redirect?
No, Ms. Fadzai was doing great, so no additional questions from me.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. You are free to go if you so desire.
Thank you.
That was your last witness, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, so we're going to do closing. So what I want the parties, I think, as I stated before, with their stipulations, the parties have stipulated that we're going to grant the extended hours. We're going to add the sections that were in the PIP. We're going to add that to the board order. And so what is it that, what else is it that is being requested that the board to do? So so Mr. Lee, you can start, and then Commissioner, you can let us know what other action it is that you're, based on the testimony presented today, what other specific action are you asking from the board? Mr. Lee?
So basically, we are okay to add up the already agreed amendment to the as an amendment to the current settlement agreement. So we already agree on it. So that's no more suggestion beyond that.
All right. So okay, Commissioner.
Again, we're in agreement with what we have agreed to in favor of allowing the business to move forward if the board decides to permit such hours of operation. The residents are well versed now on how to address violations through this body and to this body. So they're just going to be due diligent to make sure that they're on top of the business to ensure that no chaos occurs while specifically when the business is not operating.
All right, that's it. Okay, thank you. The record is now closed. I mean, basically what I would ask that why don't you you want to move your PIP into evidence, Commissioner? All right, so we'll
Yes.
move your PIP into evidence with all the exhibits, and the same, Mr. Lee. Your PIP will be moved into evidence.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah, I just want to just as an FYI, I know that when you file your PIP, the board doesn't necessarily see it. It's not part of the record until we have this hearing and you move it into evidence, or you bring specific evidence or testimony from it. So I know when we started off, you say that it was on your PIP. Okay, it's on your PIP, but it's not in the record until we have testimony or it's brought in the record at this hearing. Okay, just as an FYI. All right. All right, so the record is closed, and so as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 PRO 00118 Kovacs Liquors pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberated upon case number 24PRO00118 Kovacs Liquors for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, a second. The motion will have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue its decision within 75 days, whether or not we will impose any other conditions on the granting of the substantial change. I just want to advise all parties that the settlement agreement stays in effect, irrespective of what decision that's made by the board today. The settlement agreement that was signed in 2015 still remains enforceable. If the parties, if the ANC or any member of the community, if they believe that the licensee is not complying with the settlement agreement, I believe, let me see, that there is an enforcement mechanism. I believe, let me see. There's enforcement. If there's, I guess, Section 11 talks about the internal enforcement mechanism first, and if that doesn't work, then the parties they know that they can reach out to our agency to make complaints, and the agency will investigate and take appropriate action if they believe that there's no compliance with the settlement agreement. And I just also I heard allegations that the owner was not aware of the settlement agreement. I'm not saying yes or no, but Mr. Lee, make sure that you let your client know that he is supposed to have a copy of the settlement agreement available in the store. So if our investigator comes to the store, our investigator is going to ask for a copy of the settlement agreement with the license. So just as an FYI, that your client needs to have the settlement agreement available at all times. So I'm not saying it's not been done, but I'm just saying, just as an FYI, that the settlement agreement should always be available to ownership. All right. So again, thank you very much for your presentation today, and the board will make a decision and issue a board order in 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye now.
All right. And so we're now at the end of our calendar for the day. And now I'm going to close the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 5th, 2025, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for March 25th, as published in the DC Register on February 28th. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant to second the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before it's noted it has been properly seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, as it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank all the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and especially I would like to thank our ABC board members who have given their time and attention to the matters on our calendar today. Thank you very much. Have a great day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good afternoon. Thank you.